All right, everyone. We are here in week 6. It is week 6. We're playing the Patriots today. And I know everybody is pretty excited about their Cleveland Guardians victory. My dad is rocking the Yankees hat proudly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Bradley, as of last night, they blew it. Wow, they really gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth to lose the game. Terrible.
yeah, I feel like everybody in Cleveland kind of has the a baseball hangover right now. It's almost like they don't even care that football is going on. I could tell on Twitter, nobody's talking about the Browns right now. It's just clip after clip after clip of the Guardians.
Especially after last night.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's just like nonstop. Which I mean, I would be excited too. I mean, as a Met fan, my team went out early. Your team just goes out, so it's exciting when baseball. It's rare, other than I guess the Yankees. It's rare that you have a team that wins the World Series.
Right,
So
right. Or even gets to the World Series.
yeah,
So,
and the Guardians are now in a position where they have a chance to compete. So good for them. I'm happy for the city of Cleveland. I was happy when the Cavaliers won the NBA championship back when they had LeBron. Not that I'm a LeBron fan or even a Cavaliers fan, but I'm just happy for the city.
right.
There's really good people in Cleveland, and fellow brethren Browns fans. So talking about the Patriots today, big news. Quarterback, second year quarter. Is it second year or third year now?
Pretty young.
Mac Jones, I think it's second year. Let me take a look. Probably should have known that going in. Mac Jones is in his.
Oh, it's not going to be Mac Jones.
Yeah, it's not. It's going to be that Zappe guy who is a rookie. So Mac Jones was a rookie last year. Okay, that's correct. I'm not losing my mind. So it's what is his name? Brian Zappe?
I don't know. We'll find out today.
Bailey Zappe.
Bailey. Oh, God.
Bailey Zappe is the quarterback from Western Kentucky. He's 23 years old. He was drafted. I believe he was drafted in. Let's take a look here. Western Kentucky, NFL, in the 4th round of the draft this year. I thought he was a 4th round draft. Okay, so he was drafted. So this is a guy that they put a little bit of draft capital in, thinking that they wanted to have. And this is what the Patriots do. Remember when they drafted Matt Castle behind Tom Brady, and then Matt Castle went on to have a decent career. Then they had Jimmy Garoppolo. He went on to have a good career. Brian Hoyer, who's I thought was still on the team, but I think he got hurt as well.
Yeah, Hoyer. Yeah, he's down too. That's why they're at Zappe at this point. They'd have Hoyer in there. I think he lasted, I don't know, 1 or 2 plays and whacked his arm, took a concussion protocol type thing. So
Yeah.
that's why they're down to Zappe at this point. I don't know who the backup is to Zappe.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. And before we get there, big shout out to everybody in the chat. We've got Jonathan Schlegel. He is
Hey, John.
John is watching via tablet currently. So we have John. We have got Cleveland BC. Cleveland BCI is back. What's going on, Cleveland BCI? I haven't seen you in a while. It's been a minute. Mark Schoen's here. Red Raven Rucker, Irish Spaghetti, Steve Z, a lot of the regulars. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Let's take a look. Patriots depth chart. And I also want to look at the injury report. Browns injury report.
Yeah, Clowney's out. I think Greedy Williams is out too.
Okay, Garrett Gilbert.
Clowney is out. So.
Garrett Gilbert, ex-Cleveland Brown, I believe.
Right. Wow.
Garrett Gilbert.
Yeah.
Who Carolina, Cleveland Brown. He was the guy who came from the same place that Baker Mayfield did. So
right.
They have several Browns quarterbacks. So they have Brian Hoyer's on the IR. Garrett Gilbert's the 3rd string. Bailey Zappe is the 2nd. I think I'm pronouncing that right, Zappe. 2nd string. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys. So Nelson Aguilar is out. They've got a bunch of guys that are questionable.
Don't they have the kicker? Oh, no, that's the Giants who got the kicker, the punter.
These guys have a lot of practice people. So did not practice Josh Uchi, linebacker. He's got a hamstring. He may not play. Who knows? A lot of questionable guys. They've got Lawrence Guy, Damian Harris, Jonathan Jones is out. He's a cornerback. Mac Jones questionable, but he's going to be out. Raekwon McMillan is questionable. Jacoby Myers questionable. Jonnu Smith questionable. I mean, they have a bunch of players. For us, it's Clowney, Denzel, Josh Hogue, Greedy. I mean, I don't even know why we even bother talking about Greedy anymore. But we had a bunch of guys that are full practice. So Batonio had an elbow issue. He's full practice. Taven Bryan, full practice. Everybody's. Miles is limited. Ronnie Harrison, full. Everybody's. I mean, they have a bunch of guys that are on the list, but they're practicing. So
Myles Garrett's got to learn to play defensive end. I'm sorry. If he was touting himself as the best tight end in football at the beginning of the season, defensive end.
Yeah.
And he clearly is not from a number of standpoints. It's not just he just doesn't understand, and the coaches are either not coaching or he's ignoring their coaching. He's just not performing like a defensive end should. He thinks rushing the passer and getting a sack is what it's all about because he gets the glory, he gets the people paying attention and whatnot. But when they run around you and run through you and run over you for the last two games, it was clearly evident. I watched two plays in a row where he just got torched because he goes to the outside, just misses the quarterback, hands off to throws a little dump pass. He doesn't protect the edge. And so I don't consider him
well, look, I mean, looking at his stats, this is and I'll say this in a second. But I want to give some shout outs to some other people who are in the chat. Mary Ventresca's here. Lynn Savage, tier 2 Lynn Savage. She is one of our newer members. Gary Washington's in the house. Gary's always here. Who else we got? We had a shout out for B Skrills, but I don't see Skrills here. I don't know if Skrills, or maybe he's here, but he's just not chatting yet. But looking back at the actual stats for Miles, he hasn't had a sack since the Jets game. He had one tackle, one sack in the Jets game. The game that we lost 31-3 or 31-30. Right. Miles Garrett was a non-factor. They schemed around him. Okay, that's
right.
Number one.
Right.
And Jadeveon Clowney did play in at least the first half of that game. Still, Miles Garrett did nothing. Okay. Then he had 2 tackles against the Steelers, 0 sacks. Then he got into the car accident, didn't play against the Falcons, so nothing, which is on him. Let's be honest here. That's on him. That's a game where he didn't play, we lost, and he produced 0. Right. Then the Chargers game, he comes back in somewhat of a limited capacity. 3 total plays, 1 solo, 1 assist.
Right.
That no sacks.
And they ran all over the place, up the middle, around the end, both sides. I mean, he should learn how to play, and it would help him as well. He gets gassed after, 4, 5, 6 plays, 2 sets, because he's going 100% trying to sack the quarterback, and he's got his hands on his hips. He's huffing and puffing.
Every play.
If he would just learn to play defensive end, you don't rush every time for the quarterback. You protect the edge. He's 6'7"?
6'4". 6'4".
6'4".
He's listed as 6'4", 272.
Yeah, so all he has to do is take 2 steps, watch the quarterback, look for the run, and if they try to go to his side in the flat or whatever, he can jump to over 7 feet, and he knocks the ball down.
I mean, he's got. If you look at how he's tracking this year, playing in 4 games so far, he's got 3 sacks. He's tracking for like 12, 13 sacks this season. I mean, he's tracking towards like his 2020 season, where he played in 14 games. He had 45 tackles, 30 of them solo, 15 assists, 2 sacks, 1 and 2 pass. He's tracking like that. Right. His big season was last year. We played 17 total games, and he had 16 sacks. That was his big year. But in 2021, the COVID year, when he got COVID and all that kind of stuff, he had 12, and that might have been actually 2020 might have been his most dominant year. If I'm being honest, I think it was.
Yeah, the stat that I'd like to see, not only on him but on every defensive end, how many times when you get a sack in a series, does it lead to a 3-and-out or it doesn't.
You're trying to see like what is the actual measurable impact of the sack
Yes, exactly.
versus him just playing and respecting the end
Right,
and containing.
right. Force him to go somewhere else.
Well, I'm sure they
I
have
think
stats that somebody's sitting there watching him going, okay, how many times does he rush the quarterback, get to the quarterback, make an impactful play? How big was that impactful? There's got to be some sort of calculus that goes into that.
Well, I would hopefully somebody drills down and can provide that kind of stat and then measure that against all the other defensive ends that are out there that maybe don't get a lot of sacks, but they don't get run over. They protect the edge. And if you do get a sack and they wind up getting a first down, what good is the sack? It's a meaningless stat at that point. It really doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So that's something that I'd like to see.
Looking at if I could go into like the particular grades of the players. Let me see if I can actually get into the players themselves by player. And let's look for Myles Garrett. Okay, Myles Garrett, and I'm going to look at his PFFs now. They are being pulled up.
How many knockdown balls does he have? Do they keep that stat?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just looking at the games. He was a 94-4, so he was awesome against Carolina, which he was. He had 2 sacks. He had a great game. The Jets, he was a 74.8. Pittsburgh, 81.2. And Chargers, he was an 80.9. So PFF is still grading him well. But, this is a guy that we need to be hovering in the high 80s, 90s. Like, I say this all the time. Like, he gets all excited that he was a 99 in Madden, and everybody's giving him the accolades. Everybody's giving him the ratings and telling him he's so great because of all the stuff he can do. Right. But then we don't see the Aaron Donald, TJ Watt type impact that, like, every once in a while, but it's so inconsistent. And because he's a defensive end and because you can scheme around him, he becomes pedestrian. And then when they do scheme around him, like you were bringing up, then he gets tired because he goes at it 100%. In this last game, there is tape of him taking plays off, and
that's not bad.
You can't do that.
But yeah, not in critical situations. But if he would learn to go after the quarterback 1 out of 3 times and save his energy, put his hands up, protect the edge, he would last a lot longer. And then those, trying to rush the quarterback 3 straight times in a row and not getting there takes a lot of energy. I mean, you're like a car battery. Your body is like a car battery. You only have so much energy. And every time you do one of these things, your battery level goes down, it goes down. Gets a chance to regenerate when you get off the field or halftime, that type of thing. But still, your battery is continually going down. He's got to learn to be able to play the full 60 minutes. And if he would I'm not saying take a play off. I'm just saying take a play off from rushing the passer and protect your edge. They double teamed him. I think that's a stat I think they kept, and I read the other day, that 60-70% of the time they double team him. And imagine the energy you have to use up to get to the quarterback through a double team. Whereas if he learns to only do it 1 set of 3 times, and they're trying to figure out, well, we shouldn't waste our time double teaming him because he's not going to rush. He's only going to put his hands up. And if he knocks the ball down, it's just as good as a sack. So he's just got to learn to play smarter. Play the position, learn. Did we ever have anybody? I mean, we got a great offensive line coach. I don't know who the defensive line coach is offhand, but he's not getting through. Clowney does a little bit better of managing the other side when he's playing.
Defensive line is Monty Kiffin's son, the other Kiffin, Chris Kiffin.
Yeah,
So he's Lane Kiffin's brother. And this is the guy that when I think of, okay, if Joe Woods gets fired, and if this stretch of the next couple of games, because the defense has been so bad, because they haven't performed, there's so many things. They're giving up points in the fourth quarter critically. They are not keeping their head together. They're giving up huge plays, stupid huge plays that have led to losses.
Right.
Myles Garrett's not performing. He's not being kept in check on or off the field.
Right.
And then we've got all these just constantly having just being knucklehead plays. So Joe Woods is definitely on the hot seat, and I think they finally are starting to realize that. And I don't know if it's because people on Twitter, like myself, have been going after this for a while now. And this isn't just new. This is last year and the year before. I didn't like him beginning. I didn't like Steve Wilkes either. The last defense coordinator I liked was Greg Williams because he had energy. Neither Steve Wilkes and Joe Woods are both like walnuts. They're just like, they sit there like this.
No passion.
Greg Williams would punch you in the neck. I mean, he's the old school, like you and I both had high school football coaches like that were like this, that would just punch you. Like it would physically hit you. And I feel like a defensive coordinator, you have to be inspiring. You have to be that kind of guy. And that's the problem. Like you look at the Giants. Let's look at the Giants for 1 second. And I was talking to John Schlegel about this earlier this week. They take a team with the same talent they had last year. They didn't have some massive upgrade. They didn't add in like Tom Brady did to, the Buccaneers. You know what they changed? Brian Daboll, this is the new coach. He's an offensive-minded coach. Their defensive coordinator is the ex-defensive coordinator from the Ravens, Don Martindale. Right. And then they got a new offensive coordinator to help as well. I think his last name is Malik. So their coaching changed. Their scheming changed. Right, and I think Brian Daboll, who used to be an offense coordinator for the Browns, another guy, I think these are the guys that are doing a lot. I think you look at a guy like Kevin Stefanski, and the big problem I've had with him from the very beginning, I think he's an amazing offensive coordinator. I think he's a great play caller, maybe one of the best play callers. But when you add all the stresses on top of it, so you can't just sit in in the club seats, in the media box and call plays off of a sheet or off a computer. If you can't do that, then you have to manage the game. You got to manage the players. You got to call the plays. All they got to manage the clock. All the things that are happening in real time is what you have to. And I think that's the problem. He took on too much, and he's not a manager of people. He took on too much too early, and he let his special teams is a disaster. It's a disaster. They can't. They get fake punted. They can't cover an onside kick. They can't make field goals when they matter. They can't cover kicks correctly. These are all things that are a problem, and that falls down on Kevin Stefanski. So Mike Prefer is on the hot seat, and he should be, because he's been somewhat of a disaster the entire time he's been in Cleveland. We don't have a special teams coach who could actually develop any players. Joe Woods has been terrible, and I think that a guy like Chris Kiffin, he's got the pedigree, and they put him on the defensive line for a reason, because he's got Myles Garrett, he's got Jadeveon Clowney. So this is a guy that, as long as they just perform normally, Chris Kiffin's going to be able to ride that right into a promotion in some way or another. Chris Kiffin's going to be a coordinator and probably a head coach, potentially a head coach in this league. But he's definitely going to get to coordinator level.
Maybe that's why Myles doesn't change, is because he doesn't have a defensive line coach that's going to call him out and tell him what to do. You got a guy who's younger than you being the coach, and certainly doesn't have a name for himself. And you're Myles Garrett. You're thinking to yourself, I don't care what that guy says. I'm doing what I'm doing. And you ignore the coach. You got to get somebody who's going to get in Myles' face and tell him what he's doing wrong and how to correct it, and then praise him when he does it good and chew him out when he does it wrong. I mean, he's clearly not playing up to the level that we expected, that he expected, and he keeps doing the same thing over and over again. It's the classic definition of insanity, where you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
Yeah.
You have to change. You have to modify. We are probably one of the worst teams in the league of making halftime adjustments when we've gotten, we got rolled up on in the first half of last week with rushing. You think they
Yeah.
would change it and put 8 guys in the box or whatever and force?
Well, they can't do that because our defensive backs are playing terrible.
Well, but still, you can't let them run. If you let them run, it chews up the clock. Your defense stays out there longer. Put the onus on the defensive backs. Make them play man to man. Make them man up. Identify where you have weaknesses. They evidently went out and got 1 or 2 guys for the defensive line. One guy who can't even play this week because he's still on the injured reserve, I think. So he's going to take another week before we see any impact from him. So, you got to take chances. You can't play this game at this level with this amount of competition, whether it's in your division or it's in, the league or your conference. You have to be able to make adjustments in the second half. I don't know what they talk about at halftime in these Browns games because they wind up playing halfway decent.
The other teams are adjusting to us.
Right.
We're not making the adjustments to them.
Right.
That's why we're getting crushed in the second half. That's why we're losing games.
Right.
Yeah. So
those are all classic things. You keep hearing me harp on it from week to week to week. Well, let's see what Miles does today, how he performs. The Patriots are going to run the ball. They're not going to put it in the hands of Zappe. And if they run the ball and they're successful, Zappe's going to be even better because when he does a play action, our guys are going to freeze and the other guys are going to be able to create some separation so that Zappe can hit him. They wouldn't have drafted him in the 4th round if they didn't think this kid had some talent, even though it was from Western Kentucky. If you have the talent, you can make the throws. You get coached by Belichick or whoever his offensive and QB quarterback is. They didn't expect him to play this year, so he's stepping up and he's stepping up big time. But so is the rest of the team, and that's not happening. Chubb and Hunt and Njoku and even Brissett are stepping up. They've had their moments. They've done well. They've kept us in games.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anyone on the defense that has stepped up.
I mean, they had their moments, like Denzel gets an interception. Everybody's like, "Oh, there's Denzel again," and then you're like, "No, you can't turn it on and turn it off. You got to be consistent." I think that's the problem. Because the only guy right now on offense that has been consistently elite is Nick Chubb. You've had David Njoku has an amazing game against Pittsburgh. I mean, for a lot of reasons, he was probably the MVP of that game on offense. Right. And then he comes back against the Falcons and fumbles.
Right.
And it's like Njoku cannot. So he takes 3 steps forward, 2 steps backwards. Right. Nick Chubb consistently top tier. Kareem Hunt consistently top tier. But I think we are also seeing kind of the ceiling of what Jacoby Brissett offers this team. I think he is, and I think you call it out too. Every game you call it out. 15 yards and in, Jacoby's decent. Anything longer than 15 yards, he's got accuracy problems. He's not confident enough to fire it out there. We've missed guys that have been open for touchdowns. So, and I think that the teams are sensing this, going, okay, how do I defend against this team? I defend against the run primarily, and then the second thing is just protect against anything short passing.
Yeah, and I don't know. I haven't paid that much attention. I typically don't get down into the weeds on certain subjects, and it'd be interesting to see the schemes that the Browns have played this year.
Yeah,
with the personnel that they've had on defense, from the standpoint of, are they playing zone 70% of the time? Are they playing, man to man? Are they playing 2 deep safeties, too often? That type of thing. It'd be interesting to dig down. Somebody who's in the weeds type of guy could figure that out. But whatever it is, whatever they're doing, whatever the stats show, it ain't working. So change, do something different. That's what I liked about Martindale when he was with the Ravens. He blitzed, I don't know, 75% of the time. Now, maybe he had the talent to be able to do it. I don't know. But still, 75% of the time you're trying to put pressure on that quarterback. And when I, stouted or, talked about those stats last year about him before he got, he let go and he went to the Giants. He had the best defense 3 out of 4 years in a row. So
it's not like he forgot how to coach defense.
Right.
And the game has not changed. And then you look at the defense of the Giants right now, the Giants are doing great. So,
yes.
And we had a chance.
Yes.
We could have pulled the trigger on that. We could have pulled the trigger on a guy that knows one of our key competitors intimately.
Right.
And who coaches with passion. And we could have pulled the trigger on that and got rid of Joe Woods. And a lot of people out there.
I don't know if Stefanski poo-poo something like that because he doesn't want a strong coach underneath him to start putting the pressure on him if he doesn't perform.
Well, here's the deal though. If the decision to bring in Joe Woods was because it's Stefanski,
Sure.
He greenlit that. He knew him for a long time in Minnesota.
Right.
And if his defense and that's the thing with Joe Woods, it's his defenses are always just okay enough. If you look at how they're performing, they're like mid-tier. But this year we're at the bottom. Right? So this is finally has caught up with Joe Woods that you can't just ride off on talent alone. You have to perform, and he's not doing it. And yeah, so you look at it, and if Kevin Stefanski wants to keep his job, because I think what's going to happen, if I'm being perfectly honest, long term this season they realized it was going to be a wash. Best case scenario, they'd be fighting for a wild card spot with Jacoby Brissett. They knew that going into the season because Deshaun's only going to come in for the last couple of games. Okay, so the season's a wash in general. Then what they're going to do is they're going to get rid of Mike Prefer and Joe Woods at the end of the season, and they're going to clean house on defense. But unfortunately, you had a gift that was staring you in the face with Don Martindale, and you don't go after him. And I'm not saying that he would have came to Cleveland anyway. He might not have been interested in it.
Sure.
But you could have gone after it.
That kind of talent, why would it? I could see going to it, not wanting to go to a team that's been decimated by injuries or has no talent. But the Browns were touted as having one of the best potential defenses in the league.
Yeah.
And they haven't lived up to one iota of it. Not one.
No. And that's the thing that's most frustrating. It's like I was looking at the PFFs, and the bottom guys of the PFF, Denzel Ward for the season. I know he's injured with concussion protocol, but I mean he probably needed to take a break anyway. He was 39.8 defensive rating overall for the season.
Right.
That is you shouldn't even be playing in the league with a 39.8, let alone be a Pro Bowler with the kind of money he got.
And he wasn't playing hurt. I could see it if he's got a bad toe or he's got a bad shoulder, whatever. But he's been playing relatively healthy up until last week when he went out with a protocol.
You look at the PFFs in terms of the players that are playing the most, that are performing at or above their level. Martin Emerson, the cornerback, right. He gets picked on a lot, but he doesn't do all that bad in coverage. He's a 72.7. You got Miles at a 91.5 somehow. You've got Jadeveon Clowney 88.8. These are the guys that you think should be there. Then Anthony Walker, respectable 82.7. Tony Fields only played one game, 79.9. Then you have Martin Emerson, who played 5 games, 72.7. He's been probably one of the most consistent guys out there. Sione Takitaki's got a 70. That's about what Takitaki is. Greg Newsom's a 66.5. Greg Newsome has not developed yet into a first-round caliber defensive back. He's just been okay.
Right.
I mean, he's not as bad as Greedy Williams has been in his career, but he's just been okay. But he's played in 5 games. He hasn't been hurt yet, thank God. Then you've got other guys that everybody else other than Matt has been below average. JOK this year, 63.2. Mm-hmm. That is abhorrent for a guy of his talent. And that's why we got Deion Jones coming in. So Deion Jones comes in. He hasn't played in a while. and he was injured, and then the Falcons trade him to us for nothing, just get rid of him. Okay, so, but I don't expect Deion Jones to be a Pro Bowl guy right away. Can he be a 60 to 70 type linebacker? Like, that's about all you can expect him to be at this point. I mean, if he plays up to like Anthony Walker at 82.7, that's a huge jump for us. But this has been absolutely terrible for this defense. And the defense is bad and all this stuff is happening. And then we sign like guys like tight ends. Right. Thank God they made a move and brought in somebody, but they got to be on the phone. The Panthers right now they're probably 1 or 2 games away from fire sailing, right?
Well, they're taking calls on McCaffrey.
That's
and Moore and Anderson. So like you said, they're starting to say this season is over with Baker on the bench.
Yeah.
Walker is the kid from Temple we got a new coach, temporary. So they're, like you said, it could be a fire sale, which it'd be great for them to get some new talent in there through the draft.
Yeah.
I was watching, because we have a little bit of interest. We were watching the Tennessee-Alabama game yesterday, and Hooker, who used to be the quarterback for Virginia Tech a couple of years ago.
He might win the Heisman.
He performed tremendously. And even though Young came back from a 28-10 deficit, tied it up, went ahead, fell behind, went ahead, they score the tying field goal with 19 seconds left, I think. And Hooker comes out, he throws a 20-yard pass, and the announcer says, if he throws another 15-yard pass, they're going to have a shot at a field goal. And what does he do? He fires one over the middle, 20 yards down.
Yep.
The guy catches it. They get, the timeout because of the first down, and they had a timeout left, which they called. So with 2 seconds left, this kid who already missed a field goal, and the extra point, the series before, he hit a knuckleball, but it cleared, and they tied the game. He gets up there and he hits a 40-yard field goal, and he hits it like a knuckleball. It wasn't end over end.
Yeah,
the ball is going like this. It's a line drive, and he hits it with about 5 or 6 yards to spare. And Tennessee now is 7-0, I think, or 6-0.
Yeah, they haven't lost yet.
And at home, the fans poured on the field like they had just won the Super Bowl. They tore down the goalpost. What a great game for Hooker. And Virginia Tech had him, and they let him go.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the guys going back to the Panthers, who if they do fire sale and they get rid of McCaffrey, then you have to say, okay, they're definitely, resetting. I mean, McCaffrey's only 26 years old. He has been injured, but he's only 26 years old. They got some guys on that defense that I like a lot. I like Derek Brown, obviously. Derek Brown at defensive tackle, 24 years old, 2020 first round pick, 7th overall.
Right.
Would be incredible.
That kid, Burns.
Brian Burns, yes, would be incredible.
Yeah.
But I don't know how old Brian Burns is. When did they get him? So they got him in the 2019. He's first round pick, 16th overall.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got guys like Shaq Thomas. Shaq Thomas would be an interesting guy. He is 28 years old. So he's been around for a long time, Shaq Thomas. And he can still productive.
Yeah, they got a first round draft choice at starting left tackle, who's played halfway decent. I don't remember his name, but he is certainly somebody you can build around. The rest of the line is suspect, and
they're not. I don't think they get rid of the offensive. I think if they fire sell anything, they fire sell like a running back. You can replace a Christian McCaffrey. I think it's unfortunate we can, but then what we need is a defense, and I don't think they'd get rid of J.C. Horn because they just got him last year at 8th pick.
Right.
But he would be incredible. Right. Or Xavier Woods.
Right.
Xavier Woods, who's He's a 6th round pick guy. I mean, he's not a high guy.
These guys
he's
play
a
with
safety.
passion too. I don't know who their defensive coordinator is, but he's got them fired up playing. They're inconsistent. They'll play well for a quarter and then they'll get burned. Then they'll play well for a quarter, can't get off the field.
Yeah.
That type of thing. But I don't see that passion in the Browns. I really don't.
Yeah, no, I feel like they're kind of going through the motion, and maybe it's a lack of leadership because their quarterback isn't out there, and they feel like they gotta, it's like when you're playing golf, like you feel like you got to hit every shot perfectly to win, and then you miss a couple and you just get demoralized. Right. And I think that's what's happened with the Browns. They got demoralized against the Jets. They should have won that game. They should have been 2-0 at that point, and they would have been rolling on into Pittsburgh, and they would have been 3-0. Then they would have gone to the Falcons. They would have been 4-0. Right? Then they would have had to play the Chargers. They played the Chargers as well as they played. With all that momentum, they could have been 5-0. This is a could have been team. Right. The problem is the coaching has been terrible, and their players aren't stepping up and becoming the guys that they need to become. Myles Garrett is not the 99 Madden guy. You have a guy who is, let's just say, like, if Madden ratings were real, you have a guy who is basically perfect on defense, and yet you can't build around that, and he's giving you next to no performance. And that, if I'm Joe Woods, I'm going, okay, what are these guys going to do against me? What is Bill Belichick and team going to do against me? They're going to scheme around Myles. So what are we going to do? If they're going to double team Myles, then let Myles sweep around to the right side, push him outside, and then bring in JOK right underneath him.
Right.
And you know what? Put pressure on these. Like, if we don't put pressure on Bailey Zappe today, if we don't do, and we have not done this for years, we let rookie quarterbacks sit back there and become extremely comfortable and pick us apart with that soft zone. If we do that today, I'm going to lose my mind. If we do not put pressure on this guy and because that's a strategic advantage. Right. When you can make him have to think faster, make decisions faster, you have an advantage.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to put pressure on him. You just have to stop the running game and force him to throw. Now, if he steps up and he beats you throwing, that's two things. That's either playing great, making great plays, great catches, or it's poor defense on our part in terms of whatever we're playing back there, zone or man-to-man or whatever, and it's a lack of talent. So, but you can't do what we did last week. And if they can't stop the run, it is going to be a very, very long day. The offense needs possessions.
Well, they just shut out the Lions last week, and the Lions have been playing fairly well this year.
Well, they played terrible last week, but I think they were demoralized when that one person went down on their defense, I think, and that took all the energy out of the line. I don't think they scored a point. I think they were shut out last week, but that team has been a disappointment.
So we have the list of inactive players for the Patriots. Lawrence Guy, defensive tackle. Nelson Aguilar, wide receiver. Jonathan Jones, cornerback. Josh, I think it's Uche, outside linebacker. Mac Jones, Joshua Bledsoe, free safety, probably unrelated to Drew. Mm-hmm. And then Damian Harris is out. Their running back. Mm-hmm. So running back wise, they're going to go with Ramondre Stevenson. Mm-hmm. Damian Harris has had a good year. Just looking at the last couple of games, stats wise, clicked on the wrong guy. Damian Harris has been playing well. You don't need
to have a Chubb as a running back. You need an offensive line that's going to make some holes. And if you're a pro running back on any team in the NFL, you should be able to go through an open hole and get 5 to 10 yards, no question. So if their offensive line performs against our defensive line, which is a good chance they will, then I don't care who you got at running back. He's going to have a good day on us.
I want to see if anybody has Ramondre in fantasy. because I think the Browns are going to be. I mean, you have your fantasy lineup set up today?
I do, but I blew it early on because I took Carson Wentz on Thursday night, thinking he would light up the Bears. He did nothing. And some of it was his fault, but they dropped like 3 passes on him right in their hands. Washington played horribly, and they won 12-9 only because the guy who caught the pass at the end got fourth. It was 4th and 4 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He got stuffed on the 1-yard line. And if he turns his shoulder, he flops into the end zone. The guy turns his shoulders the other way. He gets stopped on the 1, and Washington wins the game.
Oh.
And then Wentz, in the middle of I think the third quarter, he threw a pass, and his hand hit the defensive lineman's hand who was put it up, and it got jammed really bad. And I think he's out. I think he's got a strained ligament or a ruptured ligament in his throwing hand. So Carson Wentz, I don't know who is the backup to Carson Wentz
Heineke?
on Washington.
I think it's got to be Heineke.
Who he was a starter at one point.
It's Taylor Heineke still,
yeah,
and their third string guy, the guy Sam Howell, the rookie from North Carolina, is he's out as well. So it's just Taylor Heineke for the win.
Yeah, well, he's got a week to prepare, or 10 days since they played Thursday night.
Yeah,
and Chicago, I mean, talk about a team that cannot do anything.
Well, you look at Justin Fields, and he just looks like he's in his own personal hell on that team. He just sits there and he's like,
"Please make it go away. Make it go away."
How do you look like that if you're the leader of the team,
right?
And you're sitting there looking like you are just there to cash your check, and every second that goes by is 1 second less you have to be on that team. That's how Justin Fields looks on the Chicago Bears.
How does that inspire your offense or the rest of your team?
You're a starting quarterback in the NFL. You got drafted by a team, and you can't get excited enough to lead the team. Look at Geno Smith. Geno Smith, who steps in there from basically default in Seattle, is having one of the best. I mean, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, to the point where I'm playing him now in fantasy. I'm starting Geno Smith over Matt Stafford this week because Geno Smith has been playing so well. He put up the last 2 weeks, week 4, 32 points, week 5, 30 points in fantasy. I mean, you can't deny this anymore. Geno Smith is a player. If he can put up a third game in a row, you're looking at like possible MVP level Geno Smith versus Matt Stafford, who's my other guy, who puts up, I mean, the best he's put up all season is 20 points, and he's putting up an average of like I don't know, 13 points.
He's got no running game to freeze linebackers and to give his wide receivers a chance to create separation. So their team offensively has become one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And he can't carry that load. Even with Coop as a wide receiver catching 10, 12 balls a game, you can't do that one-dimensionally and get away with it. Eventually it's going to eat you up, and it's reflective in their track record so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's just crazy things going on around the NFL. And I mean, imagine if the Browns had Geno right now playing as well as Geno's doing versus Jacoby. And honestly, like getting back to talking about the Browns, I know we kind of got off track talking about the Hokies, talking about everybody else but the Browns. And when we're talking about the Browns, we're just basically complaining about the Browns,
right?
Which is typical for what we do. But if you think about the offense so far this year, Jacoby's been just about what he is, which has been pretty mediocre. He can make some beautiful passes, but he also
better than I thought.
Well, I mean, yeah, and he's actually performed about to what I expected. I think he's actually an average quarterback. And he's a great quarterback for in the purely backup role. Meaning, if we have Deshaun Watson goes out for a quarter, maybe we miss him for. I'd rather have Jacoby Brissett than Case Keenum.
Right.
Yeah, I'd rather have Jacoby. But when it comes down to crunch time, we've had 3 games now where he's throwing interceptions on the final drive. 3. Okay,
Right.
you can't, and which is the end of the game. You can't do that. That's number one. And he's had guys open underneath that he could have just dumped it off to that he's not doing.
Right.
And that's the limitation of Jacoby Brissett. Whereas, and the Browns have to be sitting there going, okay, we've got Josh Dobbs, who's got probably more upside potential. He's got more athletic ability, but you get into those situations. Do you want to try to make your investment, you in this 11 games with a guy like Josh Dobbs, or do you want to keep rolling with Jacoby? And I think Jacoby's done enough so far to say, okay, we're going to go with Jacoby. But I think, unfortunately, we are now in a situation where, and I think this game may be the determining one. This might be the determining factor that says if Jacoby plays bad, if he has a terrible game, like Josh Goff or Jared Goff did last week, if he has a terrible game, you're going to have people, including myself, saying, just give it to Dobbs. Develop Dobbs because he's going to be the long-term backup anyway. And he's got a game that's much closer to what Deshaun Watson is anyway. Just give it to Dobbs.
I don't see it. I don't see Jacoby having a bad game. He hasn't had one yet. So he doesn't take risks. He doesn't throw bad balls early in the game. He's under control. He can run the ball. He can move around. We got the running game. So I expect a good game out of him, a great game out of Chubb and Hunt, good game out of the Njoku offensive line, and then just sit back and hope the defense can get off the field.
What do you think? You think we're going to win this game or lose it?
That's a good question.
I won't ask you for a score, but I want to. What is your gut telling you?
I think we have a chance to win it. I think 55-45 we win, percentage wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's a home game. They've had plenty of time to prepare. Miles is, I guess, healthy. They brought up some guys, between the practice squad and second team. If somebody steps up on the defense and they can play just a mediocre game, they don't have to play great, just a mediocre game, and we score 30 points, then I think we win. But would I guarantee a win? Absolutely not. Not the way the defense is playing.
The Browns are favored -2.5.
Mm-hmm.
-2.5 right now. So we've got basically the home field. It's a 50-50. It's the home field advantage, the 3-point home field advantage.
Yeah,
and we don't even have the 3-point home field advantage. So you take away the 3-point home field advantage, and we're down -0.5 point.
Yeah, which is it's a toss up. It all depends who shows up. If your team is motivated, they show up and they're healthy, and they play smart football. They don't turn over the ball. They don't get stupid penalties. Then you increase the chances of your team winning exponentially.
Sure.
But the Browns seem to do just the opposite, and they're weak in the third and fourth quarter. They just don't come out on fire. They miss critical kicks, which, we spent a 4th-round draft choice on who can hit from 70 yards. But and he did kick a 58-yarder to win one. Otherwise, we'd be really looking pretty bad. So,
yeah, if Cade York missed that kick, and then the other kicks that he's missed, if he did not make that kick first game, there would be people calling for him to be kicked out of the game or kicked out. Get him out of Cleveland. He has failed. He made one kick, and he makes a bunch of big long kicks in practice and pregame. So everybody thinks he's the greatest thing ever. He made one important kick so far. The other kicks that he's had that have been important, he has missed, including an extra point
to win the game last week.
Yeah.
Did you see the video of Haslam on the sideline? He was on the sideline with Barry, in the end zone to, on the Brown side,
Yeah.
watching the field goal.
Yeah.
And
And then he walks out. He's like, oh.
Yeah. And Barry, put his tail between his legs and followed him into the tunnel. Just, I don't know, what goes around comes around, you might say, and then, we haven't talked about it, but it's the elephant in the room. Uh, Watson gets another woman to come out against him
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah.
Don't know how credible it is.
Well,
don't know if it's going to be the last one or not. There's
okay. So I have some thoughts on this. I think that we all knew that it was either going to continue to happen because it's a paycheck. Number one.
Right.
So anybody that had performed that massage service with Deshaun is going to be coming out and getting and saying, look, there's going to be a check, because all they have to do is reach out to they could reach out to the first lawyer, get an idea of what the payment was. They could reach out to some of the other women maybe they're friends with, and even though it's I'm sure they have to sign an NDA, they could always something could leak, who knows? And they could say, hey, listen, I got let's just say each one got $500,000, which is a lot of money. And I would say that'd be the top end of it. Is each one got $500,000. That's a lot of money for him. I would say probably more like $100,000, maybe 200 each. Let's say 200 each they got. Okay. Somebody's sitting there going, wait a second, I can buy a home by just coming out there and making and saying whatever I want to say.
Right.
I mean, they're going to do that.
You got to have some documentation that says that, yeah, Deshaun and I had a interlude. It's not maybe on tape, but it's certainly.
Let's just say that it's
emails
real
and so forth. He's got 66 women over 17 months that have been confirmed that he's had massages with the Texans condoning and giving him a room to get it done.
This is what I think is going on with this. I think that any of these women who were actually impacted by this in a truly negative way would have came out with the first group. Why would you come out? Why would you come out 6 months later? Why would you come out 8 months later? Come on.
You have to be in their shoes, Mike. You have to be a woman. You have to be.
Okay, so let's all that aside, I get it. But you have to also look at what the situation entails for who some of these women were.
Oh yeah.
And the actual licensed massage therapists that he took advantage of, I think absolutely have a true case. I think but a lot of the women that he was going after were just women on Instagram. They weren't there's a reason why you have to be licensed in every state in this country to give massages. You have to be licensed to do it.
Right.
You can't just be somebody off Instagram that you come in and say, hey, come on down. Now, that also doesn't mean that he's allowed to do what he did as well, right? And so I'm not saying it's right, but if these women that he found on Instagram and he said, hey, come on in, I'm going to fly you in, blah, 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 and they didn't arrange anything up front, there's nothing in writing that he could get, then they show up to the hotel room and there's a massage table there and he's sitting there in a towel. I was telling my wife this. I go, listen, out of all the women, we're not hearing that he forced himself on any. He actually forced himself, like the Roethlisberger situation. I'm sorry, but not one of them, not one said, you know what? Hold on a second, Sean. This is making me a little. Even if it was making them uncomfortable. Not one of them said, you know what? Give me a second. I got to go outside. I got to go to the bathroom real quick, and just like left the room and like ran or didn't come back or told them. Not one. Not one of them. I have 2 daughters. Right? I have 2. If either of them are dumb enough to accept a free trip for some verified, super rich, famous person, if any of them are dumb enough to do that, I will at least tell them, if you are put in a situation to start using your survival skills and go, hold on a second, I have to go to the bathroom, or hold on a second, I got to take a call, or hold on a second, I have to go get a new towel. Get out of the room and leave. Yeah. But they didn't do that. And so that tells me, like, listen, either a lot of them were in on it, they were cool with it, or whatever, and now this is a paycheck. Now, I'm not saying that what he did was right, but I'm saying there's levels of responsibility here that are being looked at, and they're saying this is a paycheck, and I'm sick of it.
I think it's only going to get worse too, at least initially here, as he gets closer and closer to practicing with the team, and the 11th game is on the horizon. Imagine if 3 or 4 women came out the week before the 11th game.
Well, in his agreement with the NFL, it says if you serve the suspension, they can't add more to it. So because of the behavior, they wrote out the whatever deal was, that if 3 more women or 10 more women or 20 more women, it doesn't matter at this point. He served his I guess 11 games. That's all he's getting.
Right.
So it doesn't matter anymore unless it's criminal.
Yeah, but it's going to affect his psyche, I would think, because that's all the press is going to talk about leading up to the game.
He needs to just make him go away.
If he doesn't perform well, they're going to blame it on that. They're going to blame on it.
He needs to make every one of them go away as quickly as possible.
And he's got the money to do it. And it's not
right at this
not even
point
going to phase him.
At this point, it shouldn't even get to the media. It shouldn't get to the press. It shouldn't become criminal. Right. It should be, listen, I'm one of the 66 women that gave you a massage in the last couple of years. I want the same paycheck that you gave to them, and you're going to do this, right? Go through the lawyer. So it's extortion.
Right.
It's what it is. But it's not another person coming out. Now, we'll have to wait and see. Right? We have to wait and see. But I think he needs to make all of these go away, and he should probably just reach out proactively to the other women, the other 66, and say, here, listen, I'm giving everybody $200,000 and you get the $200,000. Just don't come out. Just just get ahead of it.
Well, the wild card, I think even this last one is a civil case. And what could throw it all a monkey wrench into the whole thing is if someone comes out and he gets charged with new charges criminally. I don't know what that does to whatever the NFL has.
I mean, it doesn't supersede the law. I don't know if John's still here. John's a lawyer. He could maybe tell us. There was a chat. Somebody came in. Hold on a second. Pee-wee's Dog Pound. Do you know why the Texans settled with the 30 women? They just wanted it to go away. Right. The Texans are a multi-billion. I mean, Deshaun on paper now, if he plays out his contract, has what, $250 million? Mm-hmm. Okay, the Texans are a multi-billion-dollar organization. They could afford to write the 30 women checks for $1 million. 30 women, $30 million. Done. I don't think they paid him $1 million, but I think they easily could.
And they're sitting there with 3 of our first round draft picks for the next 3 years. And to imagine what that's
and
worth.
Mid's plug. Why didn't the Texans get punished is my problem. I have I have the same problem with it. Mm-hmm. Exact same problem with it. They wrote the check. They got rid of their guy, and they suffered no consequences for it other than they have to replace a quarterback. Now the Texans are having a bad year, which is rightfully so. Maybe the Texans will go after Hendon Hooker. Who knows? I mean, maybe they go after a guy like that. But and Hendon plays similar to Deshaun. He's a fast guy. He's athletic. He's accurate. He's big. Who knows? I mean, wouldn't that be funny if they end up, getting a guy like Hendon Hooker who's turning out to be potentially like a Heisman type guy? He goes to the Texans, replaces Deshaun Watson. Then they have all of our first round draft picks, and we play mediocre. So we have top 15 draft picks that they're going to get. Unbelievable. Anyway, moving on to the next topic here. Thinking about looking ahead here for the Browns. So obviously we've got the Patriots today. If we somehow, I think the Patriots, if we play the Chargers as well as we did, and I think the Chargers are in that top echelon of teams, I think we could play the Patriots well, and I think we could go 3-3.
Okay.
I think the Ravens are going to kill us in Week 7. I think we're going to get annihilated because we can't stop the run, and that's all they do. Right. And then when we do stop, or when we do, we're forced to come up and stop the run, then Lamar just dumps a ball, 40-yard pass over somebody's head. The Ravens are going to kill us.
Well, they don't have a very good defense like they've had in the past. They've been run up on. Jacoby could have a good game, so it could be like a 35-34 game, 35,
It
31.
could be, but if you think back to the games where we played Baltimore and played them well and played them tough, it's been when we had a lot of momentum and we're up for those games. I don't see this team being up for anything. This team is more
personnel have changed dramatically since Chubb made that run for 90 yards when I was at the game. If you look at the coaching staff is pretty much the same, and Chubb is obviously the same, but everything else has changed dramatically, and so it's hard, when people say, well, compared to this game or that game, it's like apples and oranges. This is not the team of last year or the year before or the year before that. It's got its own unique set of quirks and characteristics that are on the defensive side that are hurting us badly.
So let's say we beat the Patriots, we're 3-3. We lose to Baltimore, we're 3-4. I don't know if we can beat the Bengals. We're 3-5. Right. Then we've got a bye week 9. Then we go to the Dolphins. We're probably 3-6 because Tua's coming back.
Right.
But we'll see. I mean, who knows what's going on with that? I mean, he gets hit by the wind at this point. His head's going to be, he's going to be on Mars. Right. So, but who knows? But I mean, on paper, we lose to the Dolphins. We're 3-7. Then we got at the Bills. We're 3-8.
Mm-hmm.
Then we bring the Buccaneers to the house. We're 3-9. Mm-hmm. Then we go to them. So we're 3-9 and the season's over. Best you can do is 8-9.
Yeah.
That's loss. This is like the old 2012, 2013, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2016, 2017 Browns, where you just look at the schedule and you go, oh, these are all losses. We're going to lose every one, right? So we could potentially lose out. This is the last very winnable game we have. All the other ones we're gonna be underdogs, every single one of them.
Right.
And then all you have to look forward to in week 13 on is like, oh well, I guess we get to watch Deshaun play for in a season that doesn't matter. And then what does he do? He goes to Houston. We beat Houston. Great, congratulations. Then we have to go to the Bengals. Who knows? Then we have the Ravens. Then we have the Saints. Then we have the Commanders. Then we have Pittsburgh. Who cares at that point? It doesn't matter. It's almost like, you know what? Just sit Deshaun. Make sure he doesn't get hurt.
And we have a horrible, season ending that gives us 6 wins and 11 losses, and we have the 8th pick in the draft, which now goes to the Texans, and we don't even get to enjoy the upside of having a lousy season for the next 3 years because of how much they gave away to get Deshaun Watson. And that's the part that really sticks in my craw the worst. But you're giving up 3 first-round choices that could easily step up and be inserted into your starting lineup, whether it's offense or defense, and we're not going to get that.
No, and we need it. And I was talking to Ristano this week, and we were talking about the defensive line. This is something that he and I talked about preseason as well. It's like how much of a gap there is on the defensive line. And then when you lose Jadeveon Clowney, and then when you lose Myles Garrett, and honestly, let's admit it. At this point, what's the point of bringing back Jadeveon Clowney again? I mean, when he's out there, he's effective, but he's never out there. I'd rather just develop somebody.
Right.
Let's just do something. Like that Isaac Rochelle guy is doing pretty good. I mean, let's do something here. But Jadeveon Clowney, when he's out there, he's a force to be reckoned with. But he's out there half the time, and it's not giving us what we needed out of it. We're not playing in a vacuum. We're playing with a guy made out of glass, and so is Denzel Ward. He's made out of glass, and that's one of the reasons why we got rid of Joe Hayden. Because Joe Hayden kept getting injured.
Right.
Then he goes to Pittsburgh and he doesn't get injured.
The other thing is that the whole concept of bringing in Clowney on the other end was to free up Miles from being double teamed. And that has not happened. They're still double teaming him.
They're still double teaming him, and that again, it's Joe Woods' inability to scheme on defense. For him to sit there, you guys want to know what Joe Woods' defensive strategy is? It's everybody drop back into soft zone and try to cover 5 to 10 yards on your own. That's everybody. And then you have Myles Garrett rushing the passer with all of his 100% of his energy. That's it. So when Myles gets gassed, nobody's attacking the quarterback, and they're sitting back there. And that's why you saw Joe Flacco looking as comfortable as he has ever looked in his career. Joe Flacco looked against us, and we saw it. He could do no wrong. He was nearly perfect. When the game mattered, it was perfect. Other than the one play where he got the ball swiped out of his hand by Jadeveon Clowney, the rest of the game, he was nearly perfect. Right, and guys were dropping the ball on him. It wasn't him, but some of those incomplete passes.
Right, yeah, it could have been worse.
Yeah,
and the Bengals beat up on the Jets the following week. They beat them like 33-10 or something.
This is
and
what I'm
Flacco
saying.
Was a non-factor.
When I look at this schedule, and I'm thinking, and not as a Browns fan, but just thinking, just pragmatically. I don't see the Browns. I could see us losing out. I could see us losing every game from here till Deshaun Watson comes in.
Right.
If we play like we played against the Falcons, if an NFL team offers you a gift where you're down 2 points, they go for it on fourth down, and your defense magically does something and stops them, and you can't turn that into a win, that's a win. That's a win.
14-0 before you even turn around, and you went through them like a.
And then we have to kick
through butter, and then we wind up losing at halftime, 17-14 or whatever it was.
Yeah. So if you look at this team like this, if we actually finish the last minute 34 seconds and beat the Jets, then let's just say Myles Garrett still gets into the accident and all that stupid stuff happens. and then he doesn't play against the Falcons. We lose to the Falcons. We still come back against the Chargers and make a field goal. We win games. We are 4-1.
Right.
Okay. That's with our defense not falling apart, not falling asleep with 1 minute 34 seconds left. And then which honestly is it's by far the most painful loss I've ever experienced as a fan, and you and I saw it in person.
Mm-hmm.
And I just look at that and I go, I don't care what Joe Woods does for the rest of the year. If he has a mediocre top 15 to 20 defense, which is like okay, right? I will never forgive Joe Woods for not having his team ready. And then Mike Prefer for not having his team ready to recover an onside kick. I will never forgive them for that. They're done. Mike Prefer, Joe Woods, you can be launched to the moon at this point. Get them out of my life for the rest of my life. I never want to hear the name Joe Woods and Mike Prefer again. Right. I want them to be gone. And if Stefanski's going to put his career and he's going to bet his career on these guys, he's going to be gone with them. Right. And then we're going to have to reset and go a new team and new stuff, maybe a new GM eventually. Because Jimmy Haslam, he's not a guy who historically sits there and goes, I'm going to give you 10 years to go create a team. He's not going to do it. Right?
I hope not.
So that's where we're at, guys. It is one of the most frustrating things being a Browns fan and having to sit through and look at this. Let me give some shout outs to some guys in the chat as well. All right. Some Ryan Burlow's here. We got East Daytona 937. We have Ray is in the house. Mids Plug. DF Sports is here. Jason Murphy. Michael Johnson. Isaiah Gassina, everybody's in the house. Welcome, guys. Appreciate it. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. We're trying to get up to 10,000 before the end of the year. We hit that 5,000 goal. Now we're going to continue plowing straight ahead, doing this as well. So please work with us on that. I got to tell you guys, I'm excited about this one. I think that we've got a chance to try to turn this around. and get that momentum back. We have to start getting the momentum back. It has to start today with the old Patriots.
Somebody wants my comments on the Yankees. I was crushed this morning when I woke up because I turned the game off at 5-3 in the seventh after Bader hit the home run, which gave us a two-run cushion. And I think they're clearly the better team. They've had the better season, not by much, but enough. It's all going to ride on Cole's game. I think it's tonight in Cleveland. If he gets off to a rocky start and he can throw some, I mean, we were at the spring training game and watched him, from the third base dugout when they played the Pirates. He can fire the ball. I still find it, I'm a baseball player from way back. I find it incredible that these guys can hit these 95-mile, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. But if he throws it over the plate with no movement, and he's been lit up in the past with home runs, not base hits, home runs. They just put the meat on the ball on the bat, and the ball just sails out. If he can be the dominant pitcher that has the ability to do, then hopefully the Yankees win tonight. They bring it back to New York, and then you throw everybody, including the bench, at that game to try to win it. So it'll be interesting. They got off to a rocky start last night and came back. This kid Cabrera, who plays left field, crushed one for a 2-run homer that gave him the lead. And the kid just stood there and watched it, and then flipped the bat. And the announcers were giving him a hard time about showing off a little bit. So I'm sure if he looks at the tape, he won't do that again because it didn't win the game for him either.
Yeah.
They wound up losing. So, but to give up 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth, and then to tell your closer Chapman to stay home because we don't think we want your attitude on the bench because we're not playing you in critical situations and whatnot. So he's sitting there with a big smirk on his face where they've lost 2 games because they didn't have a dominant closer to close out the games. And he'll be gone because there's no coming back from this. They're not going to put him, even if they win the series, they're not going to put him on the squad for the division championship. And the Astros are playing great. They just find ways to win, come back, home runs, you name it. If I was to bet, I would bet on the Astros at this point that they're gonna go all the way. And
Wow.
I don't like the Astros. I hate the Astros.
I think the Astros probably have a shot. I think and I think the Padres as well. Padres beat up on my Mets.
Right.
And
right.
they did it
beat
well.
up on the Dodgers badly. So,
yeah.
And the Phillies are hanging in there. They're not a slouch team. So it's going to be interesting. If they lose, the Yankees lose tonight, then I got very little to root for here over the next several months. With the Browns playing as bad as they are. Virginia Tech got beat by Miami the other day, so there's nothing to root for there. College, I don't really have a big game there that I'm rooting for. Georgia's doing pretty good. Alabama got beat. Tennessee, I would like to see go all the way. That would be funny to watch Hooker take them to the national championship and maybe even win the Heisman. That I would root for.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Justin Fuente was trending yesterday because everybody was sitting there like, you had this kid? You let a Heisman type guy go?
Right.
And, he destroyed the Virginia Tech, the whole program. I mean, you look at Tennessee, who hasn't been relevant since Peyton Manning's been there, let's be honest.
No.
And then
zero.
You get a guy to transfer in, he wins the starting job, and he just does that. Now, right. I don't think anybody would have expected that, especially after like how Hendon performed for the Hokies. I mean, he
played pretty well last year for Tennessee.
Yeah, he did.
He brought him up from mediocre to okay, and clearly, Georgia is Georgia, Alabama is Alabama, but Tennessee is clearly the fairy tale of the college season this year. and the hot seat, goes to the Virginia Tech guy who's new. Notre Dame lost again last night to a 1-4 Stanford team. They didn't at home. They didn't look good. We have an interest in Temple because of Quincy Patterson, and he can't win the starting job there. And they got crushed by somebody on Saturday, 70-14 or something. And still, Patterson is running the ball like 3 times, 4 times. He's not winning the starting quarterback job. So we've got nothing to root for there.
Yeah.
Central Florida. That's who crushed them. And we were going to go to that game if Quincy was the quarterback because it's right around the corner. But we had no interest in going to watch him sit on the bench. So my whole and my fantasy team is weak. So I got to play. And my pick'em, I'm at the bottom of my league for the pick'em. The only thing I got going for me is if I come in last place, I win money. So I have to strategize how to try to win early in the weekend. And if my teams are mediocre, then I bag the last couple of games to try to stay on the bottom so I can win. I can win the Sandbagger Award or whatever we give to the worst pick'em guy for the whole season.
Yeah, my fantasy team isn't doing all that well either. I'm just pretty mediocre at best, I would say, and I think that's just. I mean, I had a great season last year. Yeah. Somehow, I was able to win the league last year, but this year, not so much.
Your mother's calling. I got to talk to her.
Okay.
Oh. Are you still on the podcast?
Yeah, we're still on the podcast.
Yeah, just do it. That's so funny. This is all taking the call. Are you still on the podcast? Like live? Like we're live. My mom calling. It's funny. So guys, I mean, I don't know. I'd love to think. I want to look at chat. Chat, tell me, what do you guys think? Do you think we're gonna win or lose this game? Give me a score prediction. I want to see that. I want to see what the score prediction. I think we're gonna. I always say the Browns are gonna win. I always do. So, but give me your thoughts on this. I'm about 30 minutes away from game time. Curious to what everybody thinks. Killer Shot is Browns winning. Isaiah Gassina, we lose. Ryan Burlow says Browns. They can stop the run. So Acceptness says 31-17. Robin says 27-24 Browns. Ellis has got Ellis in Orlando. What's going on, Ellis? Mids plug will be there from Miami. Sure. So Ellis is going to be down there in Miami. We were thinking about taking that trip, but I unfortunately have I have some travel that's scheduled for that time. Or I'm sorry, one of my sons has a play performance. So I have to be there for it. So I can't unfortunately be there. When my son has that. But and to be honest, I don't like going to away games. It's not my favorite thing to do. It's like it's a frustrating thing, It's like the Yankees yesterday when you saw like they're just showing all the Yankee fans when the Guardians got the 2 runs at the end. I don't want to be a guy that they're just gonna sit there and be like that we're upset.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that something that the press or the media or other people look at and be like, "Oh, look, you lost. Look at that guy. He's disappointed. Look at him. Look, that's disappointed." Who wants that?
Right.
So that's where we are with it. All right, it's 12:32. I'm getting hungry, so I want to get something to eat before
Me
this.
too.
So we're gonna get going here. But if you guys want to hang out, I'll be in chat during the game. I'll leave this on, and we'll pick it up right here for the post game show right after, and we'll do all the press, the press conferences and everything after this. So guys, good luck for the Browns today, and we'll see you in the post game.
Go Brownies.
Go Browns. All right, everybody. The dumpster fire continues as the Browns fall to 3-4. So, yes, this is somewhat expected, I guess. I think that we got the post-game press conferences coming up, by the way. So we'll be watching them together as soon as they start. This is one of the worst games I've seen the Browns play in a very long time. This felt like the Deshaun Kaiser years. What did I say? Did I say 2-5? 2-3? We're 2-4, right? What did I say? I said the wrong thing? Sorry. My brain isn't working right now. Maybe I'm like one of the Browns players. I just forget things randomly. Forget that I should be playing a game or doing something. Oh, I said 3-4? Yeah. 4. We are 2-4. So, dumpster fire continues. Man, what is there to say? Let's go through the stats. Browns, Patriots. Let's take a look. The final score of Browns, Patriots was 38-15. Bailey Zappe. 24 of 34, 309, 2 touchdowns. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me tweet this out that I'm ranting. Cleveland Browns, New England Patriots, post-game show. Oops. Link. Tweet. View. Send now. Okay. Maybe bring some people over from Twitter. Okay. Yeah. So this was Robin. What's going on? Steve. TT wins. Gary Washington. Who else is around here? It looks like Isaiah Gassina's in the house. And some others. So I'll try to give you shout outs along the way. Continue chatting as we go through. Yeah, today was bad. I want to make sure that I get the press conferences as soon as they go live. Okay. So where did my thing go? Browns, Patriots. Okay. We had Bailey Zappe, 24 of 34, 309, 2 touchdowns. Ramondre Stevenson, 19 carries, 76 yards, 2 touchdowns. Tyquan Thornton, 1 touchdown on the ground from that little jet sweep. Devontae Parker, 4 receptions, 64 yards. Hunter Henry with a touchdown, 4 catches. Tyquan Thornton with 4 catches and a touchdown. My God. The Browns, Jacoby Brissett. We have the best running back in the NFL. The best running back in the NFL. We gave him the ball 12 times. We let Jacoby Brissett throw the ball 45 times. He completed 21 for 266. A lot of that was garbage. Nothing, whatever. 1 touchdown, which is really a great catch from Amari Cooper. And 2 interceptions. And then I guess that fumble at the end as well. And then he had the 4th down that he couldn't convert, which I blame on him for either going the wrong way or not converting in general. They should have. Again, you've got the best running back in NFL history, and you decide not to use him on 4th down just because you had some success a couple times with Jacoby with very short, less than a yard quarterback sneaks. Jacoby Brissett's great. You go longer than a yard and you give it to a quarterback and let him do that. That was terrible. Kareem Hunt ran the ball 4 times for 12 yards. This is a former leading NFL rusher. A guy who led the NFL in rushing. We gave him the ball 4 times. You know who else we tried to give the ball to? At the end of the game, we threw it I mean, the game was over. Don't get me wrong. We threw it to Anthony Schwartz twice in a row. Both times he dropped the ball at the end of the game. Not like it would have mattered, but I'm just going to show 50% of the touches that we attempted to get the ball to Kareem Hunt on the ground, guy who led the NFL in rushing one year, we had 50% of those same touches were going to Anthony Schwartz. Unreal. Unreal. Myles Garrett, 2 sacks. Wow. Congratulations, Myles. You got 2 sacks and injured yourself on one of them. But your defense that you lead, Myles, you lead this defense. You are the leader of the defense. You gave up 38 points to Bailey Zappe, along with a backup running back, against a 2-3 Patriots team. This isn't the Tom Brady-led Patriots. This isn't the Super Bowl Patriots. This is the rebuilding Patriots at home. But Myles Garrett got 2 sacks. He got them. Everybody should be happy about Myles Garrett getting 2 sacks when his team gives up 38 points. Man, what a winner. What a winner he is. And he injured, one of the shoulders that he injured was one that came from the car accident that he did to himself. Nick Chubb, 12 carries, 56 yards, 4.7 average. He still averaged 4.7 yards on the ground, even only giving the ball 12 times. He had 1 reception for 14 yards. Do the math. Where's the analytics guys? Analytics guys. Give him the ball more, good things happen. But instead of giving Nick Chubb the ball, the guy who's leading the NFL in rushing, they fake it to him, and Jacoby Brissett throws a horrific interception, second play of the game. I knew at that point it was going to be a very difficult game because we were going to shoot ourselves in the foot. The defense did a decent job, though, coming back from that opening drive, only giving up 3 points. Could have easily given up 7, played tough at the goal line, but that was about as tough as they played all damn game. That was it. They quit. This team has quit on these coaches. And if you don't see it, and if you're defending these I want somebody in chat to defend the coaches. Somebody defend the coaches for me. Somebody do it. Anybody. Tell me why today these coaches should be let off the hook. Tell me why. Because Kevin Stefanski is a good play caller? He's a good offensive coordinator? We knew he was a good offensive coordinator. That's why he hired him when he was an offensive coordinator. Can he coach the team? Can he lead? Can he inspire? Can he motivate? Can he not just the players, but the coaches? Special teams, getting the onside kick and then having one of the players run from the outside, run out of bounds and touch the ball? These are the types of things. And then finally we stop them on that drive. They punt and we fumble the punt. We don't care. This team doesn't care. There is no accountability. No accountability on this team. The press conferences start yet? Start yet? I don't know. Let's find out. Man. I can't. Ooh, dog. I'll tell you. Yeah, Ryan Burlow, it's time for Dobbs. It is time for Dobbs. Jacoby Brissett has gone down every game. We got peak Brissett probably game 3 against the Steelers. Everything after that, dog shit. Dogs. He's got to be if you want a chance to actually win games, you got to play Josh Dobbs. You got to play him. And you got to get him ready. It's your job as a coach. He's got more upside. We've seen what Jacoby Brissett can do. We've seen his limitations. We're going with a quarterback later on in week 13 who plays a lot like Josh Dobbs. Let the kid play. It can't get worse. It can't. The best you're going to do is mediocre with Jacoby Brissett. The best you can do. We've seen his best, and we still lost. You can't do it. Ryan Burlow, onside kick was BS. Allowed to go out of bounds and come back in. Just can't touch the ball while out of bounds. Never saw an angle. He twisted his body back. Ref saw it differently. And which, I mean, to be honest, though, we were down 9 points because we decided to go for 2 when the game didn't matter. We decided to go for 2 when we were down, before the last touchdown we needed. And we didn't get I was like, oh, he's got to play then. He's going to have one of these magical plays that we have a high percentage. He didn't. Stefanski didn't have a play. He just drop back and see, wait for somebody to be open. Jacoby Brissett, muffs it. Throws it in the ground at Harrison Bryant's feet. David Njoku's wide open on the right side of the field. Doesn't see him. I can't blame Jacoby. He doesn't have eyeballs on every side of his head. But the fact is, the play wasn't drawn up that has a high potential of actually working. They just had everybody go out, run a route, and pray. That's not a 2-point conversion play. That's a go out there and pray play. And we don't have an athletic enough quarterback to make something happen. Josh Dobbs, maybe, though. We don't have a Kyler Murray. We don't have a Lamar Jackson. We don't have a guy who can actually just make things happen. When things break down, Jacoby's not going to be able to do it. Period. Isaiah Gassina, I envy people that can switch teams. Man, I wish I could. I wish I didn't care. I wish I was like one of the Browns players. I wish I was like paid by the Browns, because then I could just get the paycheck from them and pretend to not care. Because that's what they're doing. That's what the players are doing. They're cashing those game checks every week, showing up with their designer clothes, walking in for the pregame show with all their cool clothes on and their cool bags, cashing those checks that we pay for. And don't think that we don't pay for them, by the way. Don't think that we're not the ones paying for their crap. We're the ones doing it. Whether we're actually buying the stuff, the apparel, the jerseys, the hats, all the crap, or watching the television, we're the commodity. We create the economy for the league by watching the games, by going to the games. Those commercials that run, those terrible CBS commercials, the horrible CBS shows. There's not a single, my dad was, it's funny. My dad was talking, he's like, yeah, I think I watch Young Sheldon. I think Young Sheldon's a good show. And I'm sitting there, I go, my dad's 74 years old. CBS has shows that 70-plus-year-old demographic is into. That's how bad CBS is. We got to watch those commercials and all the stupid car commercials and all the pharmaceutical commercials, all the crap that we have to watch on CBS. Right? We're the eyeballs. We are the money that goes to these guys. We do pay for it. The money doesn't fall out of the sky. Yankees are about to get run out of town. How about them? How about the Tribe? I think, honestly, I wish I was a Guardians fan at this point, because then I'd be like, well, at least I get to watch the Guardians. And I really hope that they do well. I hope they continue. I would love to see them win a World Series. That'd be fantastic. I'd be happy for all of you Guardians fans. I am not a Guardians fan. And I don't claim to be. Just the same thing about saying, hey, I wish I could change teams. I'm loyal to my teams to the day I die. I will be loyal to the Cleveland Browns. I will be loyal to the New York Mets. And unfortunately, I'm a Virginia Tech grad, so I'll be loyal to Virginia Tech till the day I die. And that's just what it is. I'm not going to change teams. I'm too old. I can't even get into I can't even, really start, buying into new teams. If I was I think I'm going to go watch a soccer team. I can't even care about that. I don't give a crap. I don't care. Belichick makes you feel silly about your team. Complete embarrassment, says Lamone. Stump Mitchell did his job. I got no problems. Let Stump Mitchell coach the team. He's out there. I see he's writing down notes. He's doing stuff. I'm gonna tweet that. Andrew Gardner. I'm gonna tweet that. Promote Stump Mitchell to HC. Only coach on this team there we go. I just tweeted it. People would bitch about that. I tweeted just promote Stump Mitchell to head coach. Andrew, I think that tweet's gonna do well if I had to guess. Quarterback named Zappe beat us. Fourth string quarterback, or I'm sorry, not fourth string, second string quarterback out of University of Western Kentucky, 4th round draft pick. Joe Woods made a fourth round drafted QB out of Western Kentucky. Previously with, where did he come from before that? Bailey Zappe. Bailey Zappe. Houston Baptists. Previously transfer from Houston Baptist who was named after a character on Party of Five. It's a Party of Five with a Party of Five. Look like Tom Brady was back the Patriots. You suck, Joe Woods. You suck. Made a 4th round quarterback. Made a backup. Joe Woods made a backup 4th round drafted quarterback out of 4th round backup rookie. 4th round drafted quarterback out of Western Kentucky, transferred from Houston Baptist, who was named after a character on Party of Five. Looked like Tom Brady was back on the Patriots. You suck, Joe Woods. You effing suck. There we go. Keep giving it to Joe Woods. I feel like I'm whatever the opposite of standing is. What's the opposite of standing? That's what I am for Joe Woods. I am anti Joe Woods stan. That's what I am. People are responding to my my Stump Mitchell. Promote Stump Mitchell. They like it. Seems like the only room in the entire team. Does Mile get a change the defense's points to play? I don't care. Have they started the press conferences yet? Cleveland Browns. I can't wait to see this. Not yet. It's 4:51. Where are the press conferences? Usually they play them on Twitter. See, maybe I can check YouTube. Let me check YouTube. I'm gonna mute it so I don't get pinged. YouTube Brownies. Browns. Cleveland Browns. How can I not find the damn Browns? Jeez. Just scroll down for miles till I get there. They're not showing that. They're not showing it on the YouTube channel, and they're not showing it on Twitter yet. So we will have the post-game press conferences as soon as I can. If not, I got to leave at 5:30 for something, so it's either going to be we're here to 5:30 or not. I don't know, but I'm pissed. Isaiah Gassino, we always play horrible against backups, it seems. You're right. We make backups look like gods. Jacoby monkey around with his BS. Rob Kosar sitting. Isaiah Gassina kind of knew Jacoby was going to look bad today. Belichick knows him better than anyone. Isaiah also says, I think we're expecting too much from this team. Andrew Gardner, thanks for the tweet. We're gonna ruin the prime of Chubb with this kind of football. He deserves better than this. Trade him for a good landscape or water boy. This is truly embarrassing. Robin Kotzer. Is Stefanski afraid to answer this week's excuses? That's a good point. That's a good question. Jackie Vive. This is getting ridiculous. Guys, this is bad. We're going to get crushed by the Ravens, by the way. It's not even going to be close. They're going to annihilate us. I said this on the pregame show. For anybody who wants to go back, this has been one long stream, and it played during the game, so you're going to have to go back to this VOD after it's all done. Go back. I'm telling you, for this Brown schedule, okay, the Brown schedule, we could lose everyone and going all the way up to the Houston game. Let's go through it. Let's go through it together, chat. Browns Ravens, that's a loss. That's a loss. Browns Bengals, that's a loss. Browns at Dolphins. How'd the Dolphins do today? Dolphins got crushed by the not crushed, but they lost to the Vikings. And Tua didn't play, so it's Teddy Bridgewater. Who knows? I still think it's a loss. I think we lose to the Dolphins because it's in Miami. We rarely play well in Miami. It's 3 losses in a row. Then we get the Bills. You guys think we're going to beat the Bills? Loss. Then we play the Buccaneers at home. Bailey Zappe destroyed us today. What do you think Tom Brady's going to do? What do you think Tom Brady's going to do? Okay. Then we have a bye week. Then we can just like all not deal with the Browns for a whole weekend. So we have 2 weeks. We don't got to deal with it. And then Deshaun comes. Week 13 against the Texans in Houston, December 4th. Deshaun Watson. God save us if we lose that game. God save us. A little fuzz on my mic here. Then we lose to the Bengals again. We lose to the Ravens. I don't know about the Saints. We'll probably lose to the Saints. Commanders, we can win. And then we lose to the Steelers at the end. That gives us a grand total of 2. I'm going to count the Texans as a win. That's a 3-win season. I'm going to say we win against the Commanders. That's 4 wins. 4 wins. And that draft pick, which would have been a top 10 draft pick, oh yeah, that goes to the Houston Texans. And if we lose to the Houston Texans, they'll be even more motivated because that'll give them a better draft pick that they get from us if we lose. It's even better. So they're going to be motivated to do that. Plus, they're going to be playing against Deshaun Watson, the guy that they kicked out of town. So don't think that the Texans game is going to be a walkover either, because it ain't. Press conferences, what? It's almost 5 o'clock. They haven't started yet? Where are the damn press conferences? Usually the Browns play them. 91,000 for the 50-50. Wow. Big 50-50 today. Browns5050.com. Robin, no saving this team. We're penalized by taking the Texans' headache. Season's over, boys, says TT. Isaiah Gassina, the Steelers just beat the Bucs with Mitch Trubisky. God. I hope the Guardians win. For you guys, I hope they win. I truly do. I truly do. Man, all these tweets are going wild right now. Me just bitching. Just bitching. Doesn't it seem like the Browns always do this with backups? So freaking frustrating. Now we're about to play some good quarterbacks. This Bruce Thornsberry. Joe gotta go. Tweet the announcements right now, firing Joe Woods. Craig Fountain says 98% of Browns Twitter is wrong about Jacoby Brissett. Don't at me with the we all knew what we were getting as a backup quarterback, because you didn't. Buckle up. This is what it is. It's regression. It's a regression to the mean. What you saw today is what he is. You can only mask it for so long. Craig's right. Stefanski. Oh, so they are doing the press conferences. They're just not showing them. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that was what he was coming off the field 15 minutes ago. Got beat. This is Kevin Stefanski. This is from Jake Trotter. This is a quote. Got beat. It's frustrating, disappointing, all those things, but we're going to regroup and learn from it. Brian Shaw. Don't worry, everyone. Stefanski takes full responsibility, and he needs to be better. Man, how do we have the coach of the year? How do we have a guy who was the coach of the year, his first year coaching? And now, like, we want to throw him out on the street. I already accepted that the defense is going to be... This is from Quincy Carrier, 36 minutes ago. Look, I already accepted that defense is just going to be terrible, but I really hope what we saw from the offense was abbreviation than the start of a new trend, because this is going to be brutal if this is a trend. And then he follows up saying, I think it's a combo of the Browns playing an abnormally bad game and the Patriots playing an abnormally well on defense. I don't think this is an abnormally bad game for the Browns. I think this is par for the course this season. Stefanski is no prize either, gets outcoached every single week and is ultimately responsible for the DC. think Callahan wouldn't be a bad idea either. I don't know if Callahan. I don't know what his situation is. He's kind of old, but I mean, take it. Guardian. I hope the Guardians win, guys. I really do. We need a coach to light a fire under the defense, says Jackie 5. We had one, Greg Williams, but that was that. We let him go. Actually, I think Greg let himself go because... Oh, here we go. Here we go.
But, no, we're moving on and getting ready for our next opponent.
Could you take us through that second interception? What happened?
Oh, yeah, I mean, another bad decision.
Jacoby, some of these mistakes that are happening week to week, I guess, does it feel like in some ways you guys are beating yourselves right now?
I think that's the main thing. Yeah, we're beating ourselves, and that's a challenge for us is to get out of our own ways, and I think we got the right people in the locker room to do that. You know, and just honing in on our details, fundamentals, and technique, and for my sake, decision making as well, and just taking it one play at a time, and then those will take care of themselves.
Was it obvious that the Patriots came in thinking they're going to take Nick out of the game? He only had 12 carries, I think, for whatever. Most yards had all year.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that was on their plan is to limit our run game. And hats off to them. They had a good plan for us. They executed their plan and came out with a win. But yeah, we get to go back and try again next week.
Collective, team loss, like everybody kind of contributed, offense, defense, special teams. Did it feel like that hanging over you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we win together, we lose together, and yeah, I felt like everybody had their handprint on this one, including myself in a big way.
You did,
and I just think that we just got to go back and start from scratch. Not start from scratch, but start from our basic fundamentals and technique, and those things will take care of themselves.
Jacoby, you said talk about a couple.
You need to go back to being a backup
bad
quarterback,
decisions on
Jacoby.
your part. You said
That's what
about
you need
those
to do.
picks. Usually, you don't make those bad call decisions. So, what was the difference?
He doesn't usually make them. He doesn't usually make them because he's a backup quarterback and he's usually on the sidelines.
And then make the corrections from there.
There was a defender in the vicinity on your fumble, but did the ball just come out, or did your arm get hit? What happened?
No, I was throwing it, then I pulled it down I thought but yeah.
Professional quarterback.
6 games, but with Baltimore and Cincinnati back, is this the most critical part of this?
Oh, for sure. I mean, this week is the most important week of the season. It's all we have. So it's going to take a complete focus.
He's a likable guy. I like Jacoby. I really do.
Group. And I think
But man,
The other two, Baltimore. Does that give you guys, just saving grace or hope that you're still in this? Not over.
Not looking at records. Taking it one day at a time, and then we'll see where we are at the end. Not looking at anybody else, just worrying about us and getting back to focusing on us and taking care of us.
Said you haven't lost any confidence in yourself. You still feel that way?
Oh, for sure. No, yeah, not a question. Yeah.
This is your first start against Belichick. Is there an aura there that you have to defeat besides?
Well, you definitely can't go beat yourself. That's for sure. And I think that we probably beat ourselves more than they beat us. Granted, they had a good plan, but I definitely think it started with us. And like I said, I take full responsibility and started the game, and that's beating ourselves. And so yeah, got to get out of our way, and then
I added chat to the screen here, so
one step at a time, one day at a time.
Like you put that early behind you and get it out of your head and just on.
Oh, for sure. I was way past it after. Yeah.
I think you believe you have the right guys in there. What do you feel about kind of mentally where everybody is after a 3-game losing streak?
I think guys have until tomorrow to really see the mindset that they bring. I think the guys are going to bring the right mindset, the right fight. I mean, guys are still out there fighting. I mean, you got Miles right there who battling and putting the team first, and that's what it's going to take. putting the team first, and
He didn't put the team first
that's
when
what's
he
important right now. Is
when he
taking care
launched
of yourself,
himself
taking
into
care-
in
taking care
the
of
air
the
in his
team,
car.
And so yeah, I think that's
Didn't
the
put the
mindset
team
going
first
forward.
then.
What take us through that part of your job as a quarterback to make sure everybody still keeps their heads up and
These
doesn't
questions.
let this drag them down. How's that work as you?
Show up tomorrow, ready to work. Being critical of myself, and taking responsibility for my mistakes. I think that's where it starts at the quarterback position, and then leading the charge going forward, and letting the guys feel that from me, that it's more to come, and it's better to come. And showing them the 100% commitment and focus and confidence that I have in not only myself but the group that we have, and then I think we'll be okay.
Tough to lose Wyatt. Game for everything he brings, obviously.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to lose anybody. Obviously, Wyatt provides peace, and I think came in and did a great job. So I think that's what this team's about. It's the next man up, and that's what it's going to take going forward. Is everybody's 100%, and that's one example of guys that are totally committed to this, and I'm sure more guys are going to be able to do the same. So ready for this challenge.
Kevin said he's not at the quarterback position. Everything's going to be status quo. I mean, does that
a
feel
question?
good to you? Question is that a good vote of confidence for you to know that that's at least off the plate. You have to worry.
I mean, I wasn't worried about it in the first place.
How were you not? My God. Oh, here we go, Miles. How's the shoulder, buddy?
Could be better.
Is it from the car accident?
With it, accident, trying to manage. In the best position to play come Sunday, and tackles aggravated. They want to win. This whole team. I'm always going to first line. Give my very best.
How would you put your team first?
I'm hurting or aching. I'm gonna put my guys first. Play our best ball.
Did you play next week?
I'll play today, and I'll be.
What do you think happened for the defense to give up that many?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Especially from coming out the tent. I really a problem with the rush or coverage or both. You know, see it tomorrow. That will tell a lot for what we need to work on. What we need.
Gotta see the tape.
Talented. So poor. It was all.
I mean, hard for me to answer that. Come to the building tomorrow with that answer, and look in the mirror. At the film, you have to look at your position.
I'll look at the film.
Your teammates who are also in the room. I'd be scared to tell them what it is and what it is. Call a man out. Not be afraid to be called out yourself. Hey, mistakes are going on. Field is leading to big time plays, touchdowns, first downs. Killing us, getting ourselves behind, and we're taking ourselves out of ball games that we have a chance to win. So, got to be hold ourselves accountable.
I was kind of along those lines. I mean, Jacoby touched on this, but does it feel like some of those mistakes that it is you guys beating yourselves?
A lot of it. A lot of it is us beating ourselves. Credit to those teams. They still got to go out there and make those plays to win the game. But, put ourselves on the sticks and out of position more times than good. And so they're capitalizing on those mistakes that we're making. But at the end of the day, if we're opposed to, then don't get those plays.
As you don't tell us what Jacoby said because he had to stay in the locker room, but the fact that he stepped up and addressed the team. I'm sure he probably took responsibility part in it. I mean, what does that say to you about him?
Man loves football. Man loves his team. Loves being here. Wants to win. Bad. That means a lot to him. That's what this game, you know, early on in the season, not where we're supposed to be, means a lot to him. For him to step up there and talk not only to coaches, some of the other staff as well, get everybody involved. Really a team effort. Everybody, organization, we have to all be on the same page. Have to have a desire to correct things and win.
What was the plan facing a rookie quarterback, and are you surprised that he had as much success as he did?
I mean, the plan, ball a lot. Thinking we're going to pressure and just.
Does this sound okay? Can you guys hear him?
Earn the right passer and did kind of get out quick, back downs, screens, him getting off, you know, four-step drops, you know, downfield, and big good success finding guys open. Some of the mistakes that correct.
Okay, cool.
Didn't have made it so easy on as far as rushing him and not getting our hands up. Passes. Got to be able to play complimentary.
Have what it takes within you to get this turned around and pull it together in time to go face the race. Play a whole lot better.
I'm not thinking that anyone's going to back down. Any other? I don't think anyone else.
How's your eye?
Any team that comes our way.
I feel like you guys are still together.
No, it feels like we're together, but a lot of locker rooms I did get. Some that fight after losses, fight after wins, trying to get more glory, more success for themselves individually. But we're trying to stick together best we can. Every game's gonna make us stronger. Better on offense and defense. It's gonna make us learn from our mistakes because it's hard to learn from wins. Loss. Look within yourself, look at your teammates, and see really wrong and how you can bring something to the team that's going to put us ahead on the scoreboard. Because if we execute, the score will take care of itself.
Too much of blame on himself when there are two other phases of the team play up to their.
No, that's what he should do. At the end of the day, I put it on myself for the defense not playing well. So, no, I'm sure if you ask every man in that locker room, he's going to feel like there's one or two plays that he could have gotten back that could have changed the game. Jacoby feels the same. I feel the same. Special team feels the same. It's a collective effort. But individually, we all have a couple that we want to get back. So it falls on all of our shoulders. But I feel like mine especially because I'm
working on it.
I'm supposed to be the star player on defense, and I have to make more plays.
How's it sound now?
As I know it wasn't a top priority and it comes in a loss, but just getting that sack record registered all with you.
Comes in a loss. It's nice to be recognized and honored, but at the end of the day, winners are remembered.
Sorry, I was messing with the filters there.
And so I can have all the individual records I want. That'll come and go. But winners, they remain in the hearts of people forever, especially in this town. So we got to turn this around.
I would have left too, Browns fan.
One of those game-changing plays when JJ recovers that fumble on the strip sack.
I mean, we had multiple, whether it was a strip sack or the one, I believe, third down, they got him off the field. There was plays by me, but also plays by the defense where we stood up and we made the stops we needed to make. But it's about that consistency, producing those kind of plays more often than not, getting the ball back to the offense to make those plays, or remain time of possession even if they don't score. And we just have to keep on.
Somebody ask him, what about the coaching?
Keeping him 3 points.
Have you guys quit on Joe Woods?
No.
Because it feels like you did.
When it comes to our turn, we have to be able to step up to the plate, and no matter what the offense does or what special teams does, we have to be ready for sudden change and be able to get the ball back and win our matchups.
You guys have an elite Super Bowl caliber quarterback coming back to this football team for the final 6 games. Is there a sense of urgency to make sure that you guys can get this turned around and stay in contention so all of your goals are still there by the time he gets back?
I don't think any of us are seeing that far into the future. We're all just worrying about this week coming up, how we can work on this film and get better from this film. And then as far as the Ravens, they're a good team. As we know, they're a very dynamic quarterback and skills unit. So as far as just getting after them and playing them to the best of our ability, that's all that's on our mind.
Is that it? They're done?
As far as just getting after them and playing them to the best of our ability, that's all that's on our mind.
Stefanski's coming? Okay.
That's all that's on our mind.
But did Stefanski say anything?
Did they throw any looks at you guys that you hadn't seen or expected from them, especially trying to take Nick away?
No. They again, credit to them that they kind of do what they do. We just didn't get enough.
Beginning, guys. We're gonna replay.
Just didn't do enough across the board. Coaching, we just didn't do enough.
It looked like you were unhappy with the spot on the Jacoby sneak. Did you think about challenging that?
We did, but it's hard to overturn those spots.
He didn't get it. He wasn't anywhere near it.
Okay, thank you.
That's it? We get one question? Who was next? What is Mary Kay doing out there? She just go wherever she wants? I'm going to stand in front of the microphone and grab my iPhone 10. I'm going to do everything from my iPhone 10. So we missed the beginning of that, and that was it. That's where it cut. That's where it started. So nothing else we can do here. When do they bring it back? So we just got the Jacoby's. Okay. Okay. Bum. Man. Wasn't good, guys. Was not good. We have a bad football team. This team is not good. This team fell apart this summer, let's be honest. When they decided to do everything and go all out for Deshaun Watson, this team fell apart at that moment. That's it. We got lucky against the Panthers with a 58-yard kick. The Steelers aren't good, and they played us at home. We got humiliated by the Jets. That loss, I will never forgive Joe Woods and Mike Prefer for that loss. Ever. Ever. There's a humiliating loss. It's awful. Humiliated by the Jets. We lose to the Falcons. We had a gift from the Chargers, a team we shouldn't really have been competitive against. We have a gift at the end of the game. We can't kick a field goal to win. And then we get destroyed by the Patriots. This is a bad team, guys. We're bad. We're poorly coached. Our players aren't motivated. It's like they know, well, this isn't going to be a good, we're not going to do well anyway until Deshaun gets back. And that was the nature of that question. You have an elite top 5 quarterback coming at the end. We're like, what kind of sense of urgency do you have for that? Nah. It's a bad team. They're poorly coached. They're poorly schemed. They're poorly motivated. They don't play with any heart. They don't seem to care. Collect their checks. They go home. And they wake up, then they get on press conferences after getting humiliated, after getting annihilated. Go on press conferences. And they're smiling. Go on press conferences after getting annihilated like that, and they're smiling. Does this look like a guy who gives a crap? He knows that he's a backup quarterback and he's playing. He's doing his best he can. We've tapped out on the ceiling we got with Jacoby. He knows it. We know it. Everybody knows it. He ain't gonna lose sleep over it. He's getting paid. He's a nice guy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I actually really like Jacoby Brissett. I liked him when he was on the Colts. I didn't like him on the Dolphins. And I don't really like him on the Browns now. But I liked him on the Colts. But I ask you guys in chat, and I'd love to hear from you. Does this look like a man who gives a crap? So if the players aren't going to give a crap, why should we? I feel bad for the season ticket holders. I feel bad for the people who, like myself, dedicate our Sundays to this team. This is bad. This is really bad. All right, guys, I got to run. I love you all. Thank you for being there for my therapy sessions before, during, and after games. Thank you for everybody who's on Twitter. By the way, on TikTok, pat myself on the back, give me a little humble brag to myself. I had a TikTok that got 1 million views. It's my first video ever that I got 1 million views on. I had a couple 200,000 views here on YouTube, but never 1 million. 1 million views that's a lot of views. Go to check out Brownie Postgame on TikTok if you want to see that. But 1 million views. It was cool. And it was the Anthony Schwartz one. I think it was Hayden Grove's webcam, or not webcam, his phone camera. I think Hayden Grove got it. So I gotta give him a shout out. Be like, thanks for the 1 million views, Hayden. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I wish we could win. I wish we were better. I wish we weren't always unhappy on Sundays. But nonetheless, we will persevere. As Browns fans, that's what we always do. And we will always continue to do that. All right, guys, I got to run. We'll see you next week, where we're going to get destroyed by the Ravens. Looking forward to it. Go Browns. Broncos country. That's right.